Amandla! Amandla! Awuyivale kancane, comrade. Comrades, there's an announcement here.
Are you settled there?
Someone has lost a blue tag with a SAPS key holder. Yayibona lento inophoyisa phakathi. So that SAPS key holder. And then there's a phone number 071 395 0063. Uma nithola le blue tag nize nayo ngaphambili sizoyinika iqabane elilahlekene. Kuba nengoma kaThambo.
No, we just wanted a younger person who knows technology. So why now, you know? Hi, woman. You know why they are bringing the money? Oh, I see. I go for it now.
Mama,
This red.
the bag and this card and this food, if money not be bag, so you got to mutate in that area. So long term, as I said, that other. I can't see it.
Nkuna. Sithembiso.
Yo, Nkuna Stembiso. Yeah.
Desmond Nkuna.
It's this card and this one.
People are losing things already.
Settle down in the designated areas. Ask the NEC to settle down and we can sing one united revolutionary song.
Ima ke qabane ima qabane ingakabi inzima. Sicela zonke i-delegates ziye kwi-designated areas zabo in terms of various delegations from different provinces, and NEC members who are still this side of the hall must please come up to the stage. The president will soon be joining us, and we want that all of us should be settled in our various designated areas. Ma comrade, masiye kukuphithizela, sicela nihlale endaweni zenu ngokwe delegations zenu. National Executive Committee members, please come to the stage. Comrades, I have the following lost and found announcements. Sthembiso Desmond Nkuna ulahlekelwe, please come forward. I think this is your ID and your phone. Comrade Visvin Reddy from KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini. Na iteke yakho baba. Sthembiso Nkuna. Ayikho enye elahlekile lapho kunini. Qinwa ubaba akangena. Please put your tag around your neck. Put your tag around the neck so that it doesn't get lost. Lost and found, there's a handkerchief here. It's very hot in Gauteng. There's a handkerchief, you really need it. Comrades, the President of the African National Congress is making his way through the entrance to this venue of this National General Council. Ngicela simamkele. So it's 4 delegates, ZANU PF, SWAPO, Frelimo, MPLA.
It's the same list together.
Completely, because from time to time things arise. Yeah. Uzumalo abamaziyo abazange bambona. Lozumalo abamaziyo abazange bambona. Abazange bambona. Abazange bambona, abazange bambona, abazange bambona. Right, umhle. Oh, I'm sorry. Press the look. abazange bambona umsholozi lo abamaziyo abazange bambona abazange bambona abazange bambona
uboxelelo zomukuthi naselale sesebenza kanzima uxelelo zomukuthi aselale sesebenza kanzima uvalo Valo, uvalo, uxelelo zomukuthi aselale sesebenza kanzima Sabephethe sebhame sevutha umlilo lendawo eseyo awusikhokhele msholozi lendawo eseyo awusikhokhele msholozi lendawo eseyo baphethe sebhame sevutha umlilo lendawo eseyo Oleva, oleva, wetambo, tena sekoshe wekaya. Oleva, oleva, wetambo, tena sekoshe wekaya. Oleva, oleva, molo sosha. Oleva, so shalom ko. Oleva, wetambo, tina sikoshi wekai. Oleva, wetambo, tina sikoshi wekai. Sizo zabalaza Hi.
Amandla comrades mfundisi umehana uphi iba kufutshane tata neteam yakho kodwa ke okwangoku sizawucula i-national anthem. Comrades, can we have some order so that we can sing the national anthem? Cela ama-veterans azole. Ubani uzosiqalela i-national anthem? Ubani uzoqala i-national anthem? Lichile. Thank you, comrades. Fundisi Umehana and your team for interdenominational prayers.
We now call the council into a solemn moment of prayer and will request that we give the dignity and respect that it deserves. Please, the people are moving around. Can you please find a space to stand and be ready for prayers? We now invite Tatu Tseki from the African religion to come and lead us. Followed by the representative of the Hindu faith.
Ke a leboha motsamaisi wa mosebetsi ho fuwa sebaka sena le monyetla ona a ho tla bula kopano ena ya mokga o moholo o eletseng setjhaba sa rona sa Afrika Borwa pele ka tumelo ya setso lebitsong la African Traditional Religion ke leboha motsotso ona modimo o re fe matla ho modimo o re utlwe ga rapela modimo o mo tšharapela wa gale o go rapelle ho ye moholo jere mojaro wa ditshito tsa batho modimo wa lesedi wa rammoloki modimo o di atla di maroba atla di wa ka kilo ko re shwela atla di tshotsa rammoloki di tshojwa le go bopa masia tlatla matshwano rammoloki tlhatlhametse wa etsekeledi ba keleding re ntšhafatsa ditšhaba teng ditšhaba di tswang ho wena mopong ditšhaba di tla gutlela ho wena mahong modimo wa lesedi modimo wa kganya modimo wa khotso modimo wa basia batobatsi batho ba mantshang thebe di ome thebe di sena di omela mogobotlong batho ba le ba jwalang kwanyana ha o roka tshele o tshella mang o tshella tshele le dituka moya o hlama ho thabeng moya o hlaka dipaka tsa majwe ha le batla o tseba moya o hlaka e le botse basia le o botse tubane le tubatsane batho ba mamabino mosadi modimo wa badimo ba rona bo Nelson Mandela modimo wa badimo ba rona bo Chris Hani modimo wa badimo ba rona bo Walter Sisulu la Albertina Sisulu modimo wa badimo ba rona ba baholo ba etapele ba mokga o moholo o busang ke bana ba hao ba kopane ho hla dibakeng tse fapaneng ka makgalwana ha ya bo rona ba fe bohlale ba fe le kutlwisiso hobane ile batho ba kgethilweng ke setjhaba ba kgone ho emela dipolitiki tsa rona ba kgone ho lokisa ditaba tsa bona ka mokgwa o nepaetseng hobane ke wena tlatla matshwano rammoloki ke wena ramasedi modimo o moholo lesedi ha.
We invite now the representative of the Hindu faith, followed by Dada Makoba from the African indigenous churches.
Our President, comrades, embodiments of love. Kallarkum kattavarkum kaliperulum kalipe Kanarkum kandavarkum kannalikum kanne Vallarkum pollarkum naduninda naduve Naragalarkum suragalarkum Nalakodukum andavane Harupiranjodi Asatoma satkamaya Tamasoma jyotigamaya mrityoma amritam gamaya. Hari Om Shanti. O gracious Lord of mercy, the gracious light, deliver us from untruth to truth, from unpleasantness to pleasantness, from darkness to light. Give us the power and strength to utilize this council to make decisions to carry us when we leave. O gracious light, you are the bestower of love that bestows rapture to the learned and the illiterate, grace that gives light those having sight and those that are blind. O boon, O gracious light, blesses the clever and the unlearned and incapable, the poor and the rich, the homes, those that have homes and homeless. We thank you for being with us, giving us the power and strength to be living in this beautiful land, South Africa, that we have the opportunity of freedom of religion. We know that religions cannot solve the environmental, economic, political, and social problems. However, Almighty God, gracious light, they can provide a change in the inner orientation, the whole mentality, the hearts of people, and the conversion from false path to a new orientation for life, a fundamental sense of trust, love, togetherness, righteousness, non-violence, and the power of unity in diversity. Aruperin Jodi, Tani Perum Karune, O gracious light, bless you all. Thank you.
We now invite Dr. Makoba, followed by Farid, the representative of the Muslim faith.
Masigobe inhloko sithandaze. Thixo wamazulu, mdali wezinto zonke. Thixo kaAbraham, Thixo kaYakobi, Thixo obathunywa bakho abaprofeti. Thixo oba wethu. Naku Nkosi into zonke ngale mina namhlanje. Senje nje Nkosi ukuthoba inhloko kule ndawo. Singamasebe okanye delegates ezingamawakawaka. Sisuka into zonke kulo lonke lomdibaniso kuloMzantsi Afrika. Sizokumela into zonke amasebe ombutho weCongolese. Xa kunjalo into zonke besiza to the 4th MGC ye-ANC. Phantsi komongameli welizwe uPresident Jacob Zuma. Siyakupela into zonke ukwindawo yakho enqabileyo. Ujike ubuso bakho ubujongise emhlabeni. Nalapha emhlabeni into zonke ubujongise kule ndawo. Ukuze into zonke xa Nkosi delegates zimele Nkosi abantu bakho obadala emhlabeni. Uziphe Nkosi uxolo. Kuze Nkosi zonke izinto abaza kuthetha ngazo kule council oyinike insuku zakho into zonke. Ibele uxolo. Bathi Nkosi xa bekhumbula i-resolution zabo zango 2012 ubekho Nkosi ngoxolo lwakho. Noba imbono Nkosi ziyahlukana. Kodwa Nkosi baphele bethetha ngazwilinye into zonke. Naxa Nkosi befika Nkosi kwi-plenary sessions ube lapho into zonke ngoxolo lwakho. Kuba Nkosi wena into zonke wathi Nkosi xa lo mbutho Nkosi usiseko sekuqaleni. Waze Nkosi xa belona inkululeko yeli lizwe into zonke phantsi kokhongolose dalwe into zonke. Wabhala amagama akho ezintliziyweni zabantu belizwe loMzantsi Afrika. Siyakutela into zonke xa kunjalo banike uxolo lakho. Kuze ekugqibeleni yonke into abayenza kule ndawo baphume into zonke ngalizwilinye ukuze amagama abo angazakutime bona boMzantsi Afrika. Omnini into zonke siyakutela into zonke umsikelelo upresident weli lizwe nesigqeba salo mbutho we-ANC konke kusitela ngayo uPhezulu wethu. Amen.
Farid from the Muslim faith.
Comrade President, leadership of our movement, delegates and guests, I greet you with the universal greeting of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The peace and blessings and grace of God be upon all of you. I bring you greetings from the Muslim community of South Africa, a part of this country for more than 350 years. First as slaves and political prisoners, and now as full citizens in our democracy. I greet you on behalf of a Muslim community who are privileged to be the freest Muslim community, and this I say unashamedly, in the entire world. Nowhere else does a religious community as this one live with the rights and privileges as in this country, particularly under the democracy that this movement, the African National Congress, and other allies fought for and achieved. Let us pray. Sustainer, we bow our heads in gratitude for the leadership that you have enabled us and our movement to provide to this country, for the vision that you gave the early founders and leaders of this movement that have inspired us in the past and continue to inspire us as we take our country through various transitions into a better world. We are grateful, Sustainer, for the double privilege that we have had to slay the demon of apartheid and to be the creators or the co-creators with each other of a non-racial, a non-sexist, and an undivided South Africa. We pray for a deepening commitment to the selfless service of all our people, the refugees in our land, and particularly those who continue to find themselves on the margins of society, the poor, the landless, and the economically exploited. Our Sustainer, grant us the will to serve and to follow through on the collective decisions that we arrive at this fourth National General Council. God, enable us to be grateful when our own positions don't always emerge as the dominant ones, and to be gracious to the comrades who differ with us when ours do become the ones that prevail. Even as we deliberate over the urgencies of our own people, of our beloved country, continue to infuse us with that spirit of internationalism and solidarity with the oppressed and marginalized, the occupied throughout the world. That spirit of international solidarity that was so crucial in our own country's liberation. We think particularly of the challenges facing the people of Cuba as they are emerging from the dark nights of sanctions and the challenges that faces them now in the greed of international capital. We think of the occupied Sahrawi Republic. We think particularly of the occupied Palestinians living in the shadow of another form of apartheid. We think of the victims of wars and imperialist invasions in the Middle East and elsewhere. We think of the victims of the barbarism of the so-called Islamic State of Iraq and Syria of ISIS. We think of the exploited workers of the world languishing under the fundamentalism of the God of capital and of the market. Gracious Sustainer and Lord of the universe, we ask you for a country where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world had not been broken down by the fragments of narrow domestic walls, where tireless hands stretch forth towards perfection, where a clear stream of reason had not lost its tear in the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought, into liberative action, and into this heaven of freedom. Our Sustainer, let our country awake.
The last one is the Christian prayer from the chaplain of the MKMVA, Reverend Joseph Patwe.
Enough is enough. We are praying for black, green, and gold. We are saying we have run the race and nobody can disturb us to accomplish our mission. We are saying forward Baba Zuma Skokele. We are saying Tate Ramaphosa. We are saying Mebalega. We are saying Tate Kwere Mantashe. We are saying Jesse Chuarte. We are saying Comrade Valley, lead us in a proper way. In that name we say, the Lord, all of us, we are going to pray for the entire NEC with this song. That will be my prayer. Agahlulwa lotho Jesu agahlulwa lotho agahlulwa lotho Jesu agahlulwa Jesu kahluleki akahlulwa lutho Jesu akahlulwa lutho akahlulwa lutho Jesu akahlulwa Denzebawo Dikusebenzele Ndisasemhlabe Denzebawo Dikusebenzele Ndisasemhlabe.
Hear these all our prayers, and bless this council, and let all your blessings be with our leadership and our delegates, our country, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Siyabonga Baba Mfundisi, with the team that you work with. Comrade President, the National Executive Committee, led by your team of officials, comrades delegates, who form more than 80% of this gathering here, comrades from fraternal organizations, from a range of countries that were with us and are still with us as we now struggle against poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Our special guests from the Alliance organizations, give me 2 minutes to talk about the National General Council. You will be getting the credentials at the appropriate time. The 50th conference of the African National Congress in Mafikeng took the decision that mid-term in the 5-year cycle of the African National Congress, there shall be held a National General Council. The National General Council does not amend policy. I want to make that very clear. We have not come here to change policy. However, we have come, as that conference had decided, to review our implementation of the resolutions of the 53rd Conference of the African National Congress. We shall therefore take this opportunity to look at how far we are gone since that conference What are the challenges we've come across? What are the possible changes we must start identifying, talking about, and only at the right gathering, which is the next and the 54th conference, talk about amending policy. So we are here as the National General Council, as determined in that fashion that I have indicated. We have not come here to insult one another. If anything, this is a joyous gathering of delegates of the African National Congress. This is a gathering that says the ANC lives, the ANC leads. At this point, it is my pleasure to call upon the Honorable, our President, Comrade Jacob Zuma, to come and deliver the political report to the National General Council. Thank you, Baba. Okay, Baba.
Leli tafula lakho. Uyabona leli tafula lakho li.
Ayafana.
Okay.
Amanza! Amanza! Awethu! Awethu! Matla! Matla! Keruna! Keruna! Matimba! Matimba! Aina! Aina! All power! All power!
Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much, National Chairperson, Comrade Balegambete, Deputy President of the African National Congress, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, ANC officials, and members of the National Executive Committee, izithwalandwe ezikhona phakathi kwethu nearby here, undate Ahmad Katrada, nondate Andrew Mlange. And veterans of our movement, our alliance partners, from the leadership to the membership of the Tripartite Alliance, and other representatives of the mass democratic movement, including SANCO, leaders of the fraternal organizations, members of the diplomatic corps, and other international guests who are with us here today in various capacities, our traditional leaders and our religious leaders indeed, comrade delegates, comrades and friends, media representatives, We welcome all of you to this National General Council, the mid-term review of our glorious movement. The ANC Constitution prescribes that we must convene no later than 30 months after the National Conference to review the implementation of policies that we adopted at the National Conference. We are also mindful of the fact that ANC conferences are important beyond the confines of our movement, because the ANC leads society and ANC policies affect millions of South Africans. The NGC meets as we celebrate the life and selfless contribution of Comrade President Oliver Reginald Tambo, the longest-serving president of the ANC, who held the movement together during the most difficult periods of our history. We also meet during the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, the fundamental policy document of our movement. And precisely because of that, you will indeed bear with me if I focus a little bit on the Freedom Charter, given the fact that this NGC is meeting when we are celebrating this important guiding document. The inspirational preamble of the Freedom Charter captures aspirations of our people. It captures what South Africans stand for. It says, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That our country will never be prosperous or free until all our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities. That only a democratic state based on the will of the people can secure to all their rights, their birthright, without distinction of color, race, sex, or belief. And therefore, we, the people of South Africa, black and white, together equals, countrymen and brothers, adopt this Freedom Charter. And we pledge ourselves to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until the democratic changes here set out have been won, unquote. The Freedom Charter also articulates unity of purpose by our people then in their determination to defeat apartheid colonialism. It says, as it concludes, and I quote, "Let all people who love their people and their country now say, as we say here, these freedoms we will fight for side by side throughout our lives until we have won our liberty," unquote. This is a determination made by the people of South Africa in 1955. Visionary leaders and followers alike in Kliptown. The Freedom Charter remains the foundation of a democratic and non-racial value system and informed the progressive constitution of a democratic South Africa. Informed by the Freedom Charter and the Constitution, the ANC has succeeded in building a nation which recognizes the freedoms, equality, and rights of all, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation. Guided by the Constitution, we continue to build a society that is totally free of racism. We should thus remain vigilant and fight any attempt to resurgent or to resurrect the demon of racism from apartheid grave and to glorify a system of government that was declared a crime against humanity. Pixley Zagaseme spoke eloquently against tribalism and racism ahead of the establishment of the ANC in 1911 in his piece, The Native Union. He said, and I quote, "The demon of racism, the aberrations of the Xhosa Fingo feud, the animosity that exists between the Zulus and the Tongas, between the Basotho and every other native must be buried and forgotten." It has shed among us sufficient blood. We are one people, unquote. Very important statement indeed. Very important from a number of angles. Perhaps more important to us as the African National Congress, who has the responsibility to guide this country to prosperity. The ANC thus remains unwavering in its commitment to the vision expressed in the Freedom Charter to build a South Africa that is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. These are statements, are thoughts that should guide us as the African National Congress on our everyday activities. We cannot invent new ones. These are there, have been there to guide us. The ANC provides hope to millions of our people, especially the poor and the working class. Our people continue to put their faith in this movement because they know that it is the only political formation in the country which has an unmatched experience, capacity, and political will to consolidate democracy and lead South Africa into a better future. The ANC went through a turbulent period in the past few years, from around 2002 till the Polokwane National Conference. And comrades and friends, that is one, by the way, of the strengths of the African National Congress. Because he can speak about things that are not necessarily nice, because to us, everything that happens is a lesson for us to learn how to move forward. We believe we have a responsibility to inform the people we lead in this country, the overwhelming majority, what is in their organization, its health, or whatever else. And therefore, when we deal with some of these issues, that is the context. We need to understand these issues we raise. The internal divisions within the movement had unfortunately exploded into the public arena due to problems that had not been attended to for a very long period of time. The important lesson there, comrades, is that once there are problems, attend to them immediately. Don't leave them to fester. Once you leave them for a long time, they will burst when there are bigger problems to solve, with attitudes having deepened, very difficult to resolve. The lesson is that whenever there is a problem, or of whatever type, tackle it immediately and deal with it. Put it behind you and move forward. However, the conference was also an important turning point as it forced us to begin looking seriously at the need for organizational healing, building, and renewal. The conference also affirmed the centrality and authority of the branches, and indeed democracy within the ANC. Members of the ANC, coming from the branches, sang a song that said, Amandla asemasebe. The power is in the branches. Maybe that was a very pregnant statement to the leadership of the ANC. Because at times, leadership begins to believe that they have the final authority. And yet the final authority of the African National Congress is in the branches. The work done to rebuild the organization and promote healing after Polokwane culminated in successful national conference in Mangaung during the centenary year of the ANC 2012. The Mangaung conference emphasized the need for organizational renewal and underlined the need for cadre development as part of building the organization. The Polokwane conference had produced an economic transformation path which was developed further in Mangaung. The Mangaung conference called for a radical socio-economic transformation in what it termed the second phase of the transition. Following the extensive organizational work done over the years, we can now say that there is substantial stability in the ANC. The ANC remains strong, functional, and vibrant. It lives and it leads. However, a lot of work must be done to rid our movement of certain tendencies that still exist, which may undermine the gains we have made if not attended to. Organizational renewal thus remains a critical component of our organizational work. It is even more important when we need an effective ANC machinery to prepare for elections and take transformation forward. The ANC has continuously received an overwhelming majority during each national general elections. We thank the millions of our people who voted for the ANC in the last elections and acknowledge the hard work of all our volunteers and structures during that period. It was a difficult election, as will be explained in the organizational report. While celebrating 2014 electoral victory, we also acknowledge the fact that our majority has not been growing during each elections. Some of our traditional voters have in recent years become dissatisfied, and some have chosen to abstain during elections, demonstrating their displeasure while still remaining loyal to the ANC. We must not take this support and loyalty for granted, nor think it will be there forever. The NGC needs to undertake a frank assessment of the state of the organization and identify those issues that make our traditional support base unhappy. In other words, it is us who worked for the support we have. It is also us who must maintain it and increase it. In previous ANC conferences, we have identified certain negative tendencies which undermine our credibility, that makes these voters feel unhappy. These tendencies create a public perception that the ANC has become a self-serving organization, or one that at times deviates from its core values. This is how they feel. That's why they become unhappy if they think that is the case to their organization. If the ANC does so, where must they go? Because there is no other organization they can go to. The core values of our movement are unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, hard work, internal debates, constructive criticisms, self-criticism, and mutual respect. These are things that our supporters, our traditional base, says they seem to be eroded. And we have a task as the African National Congress to ensure that these values, and I want to repeat them once again, well, they're important to us. The core values of our movement, unity. In other words, they have a feeling that unity is not solid. Selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline. They think discipline is not tight. Hard work, internal debates, constructive criticisms and self-criticisms, and mutual respect. While we have identified negative tendencies in the past, it appears that new ones have also emerged, or the existing ones are becoming entrenched. One of the complaints raised by our people is the impression of lack of discipline within the organization, and that people do as they please and undermine the authority of the ANC with impunity. That is their observation. The ANC must not tolerate ill discipline, hooliganism, violence, and other negative behavior. The recent explosion and suspension of members who engage in such activities has demonstrated that the movement will not hesitate to act to protect its integrity. To deal with some of the negative tendencies, including the systematic sowing of divisions, we need to strengthen and empower ANC branches. Most ANC branches function well, and will agree. Others are facing difficulties and need to be freed from tendencies such as manipulation, gatekeeping, or the bulk buying of membership. A new form of gatekeeping has also crept in, through which ANC branches are blocked from growing bigger than the mandatory 100 members per branch. In this manner, people who want to join the ANC are unable to do so, while those who have joined find themselves being used as voting fodder or to rubber stamp decisions of those who control the affected branches. Such a state of affairs and other challenges with our membership system could be the reason why our membership has dropped from more than 1 million members during the centenary in 2012 to 870,000 members. I hope you hear this very well. Our leaders in the early 40s took a decision that when the ANC celebrates its 100 years, it must have more than 1 million membership. Indeed, when we celebrated, we fulfilled that dream. We now have less than 1 million. The membership has dropped. Why? Because of these tendencies I'm talking about. In other words, there's no further recruitment. That's what it means. Why? Because there's gatekeeping. I want to have the membership around 100 so that I can control them in a smaller number. That's another new fashion of gatekeeping, and therefore depriving the ANC of its members who love the ANC. That includes the membership system. We need to come back to a simple one. You join, you get your card, you are there. You must not have a situation where you join, you don't know what happened in the process. At times you end up with the receipt expiring without getting a card. And yet we have a very rigorous system which was designed for good reasons, that the membership should be audited. But if you do the auditing, and I'm a member, even having paid for 5 years, and I have a card, and the auditing person tells me you're not a member, whilst I'm having a membership card, and the comrade says, "Come, sorry, you are not here on the audited membership." And yet you are a member. There is absolutely something grossly wrong. That thing must go. You join, you pay, you are a member. And auditing must be done not only on paper, because the paper can answer questions. If the auditing has made a mistake and I'm here with my card, there is sufficient evidence I'm a member in good standing. Why am I excluded? If the auditing made a mistake, it must be corrected there and there. That is manipulation, and we must get rid of it. It's weakening the organization. And I hope this NGC can take decisions that branches must grow, and you must have an inspection to check, are they growing? So that you don't have members of members within the 100. The ANC belongs to the people, and no branch should block those who qualify from joining the movement. Another phenomenon that has been identified as a problem is that of members who belong to other members. Their actions are determined by the people they look up to or who own them. How can you be a member of the ANC and voluntarily agree to be owned by another member, not by the ANC? What type of a member? These are tendencies that have crept in that we must root out. As a result, such members defect from the organization when the people they follow into the ANC are expelled or become unhappy and leave. If the person who owns you leaves the ANC, he drags you, he owns you, so you follow the owner. Serious. Another serious cancer that needs eradication in our movement is the existence of factions. Some of these factions are not based on ideological differences. In fact, almost all of them are not based on ideological differences. They exist because of greed and the hunger for power, which, once obtained, is abused to take control of state resources and to further business interests. The existence of factions and the other tendencies tends to intensify in periods leading up to elective conferences. It should be remembered that the ANC is a broad church with many ideological strands. It is thus inevitable that we will at times have differences regarding leadership preferences or ideological posture, the strategic direction of the movement, and the tactical approach to be adopted in pursuance of such a direction. These differences must be principled and not personal. Once they become personal, they become a problem for the organization. And once people begin to form factions to push their positions, it also becomes a problem. To manage differences, our movement abides by the principle of democratic centralism, which dictates that once a decision is taken, neither by persuasion or a vote, such a decision is binding on all members, including those who initially opposed it. You are entitled to have a view. That is the beauty of democracy. To advance your view, to argue for it, convince and persuade people. If you fail and the other view does so, and the decision is taken, it is your decision too. You cannot work in a subversive manner to undermine the decision because you did not agree with it. That's not accepted in the African National Congress. Comrades, we also need to address the reported existence of the so-called kingmakers in the ANC. A new phenomenon. There is no structure or league of the ANC that has been accorded the status of being a kingmaker. This notion undermines internal democracy and the authority and centrality of the branches of the ANC. Our electoral processes are well documented in documents such as Through the Eye of the Needle. Through the Eye of the Needle. Ngaphuma ehlweni le night. Kuthiwa for you to reach leadership, you must go through the Nile, the eye of a needle. Awukwazi ukuvele wehle ngenhla nje. Uvele ube isibhadlazi ungaka ungadlulanga lapha, suya leader. It can't be. They are designed to help the branches to produce the best quality of leaders in whom our entire membership and country in general can have confidence. At times, those who have not gone through the eye of the needle expose themselves by conduct. While the ANC also does not discourage healthy competition for positions of leadership and responsibility, such as competition must not take away the fundamental right of branches to decide on the leadership of the ANC. In this regard, tendencies such as the use of money in order to manipulate the outcomes of electoral process in the organization are totally unacceptable. An effective weapon of dealing with the negative tendencies is for political education to be enhanced and institutionalized within the organization. In this way, the membership will not fall prey to factions and interest groups, as they would know and understand their movement and be able to resist manipulation. Comrades, the strengthening of the leagues and of the ANC forms part of the organization building task of the movement. Politically and organizationally, the leagues are an integral part of the ANC. They are structures of the ANC and are subject to ANC discipline. Progress has been made in finalizing the revival of the ANC Youth League following a difficult period. High levels of ill discipline of the former leadership of the Youth League led to the difficult but necessary decision of expelling and suspending some leaders of the League in 2012 rather. In March 2013, the ANC-NEC formally disbanded the ANC Youth League National Executive Committee. A coordinating structure, the National Task Team, was established to lead the process of rebuilding the ANC Youth League afresh from branch level until it was ready to hold its national congress. The ANC-NEC, in its wisdom, changed a planned elective congress of the ANC Youth League in June this year into a consultative one to enable better preparations. The preparatory process culminated in the successful holding of the National Congress in September 2015, which elected the current ANC Youth League leadership. The process of healing is important given the recent turmoil in the League. The leadership must work harder to unite all young people, including those whose leadership preferences were different. Ngingawuthenga iglasi esitolo kancane nje ngikwazi ukuphuza amanzi. Isitolo sikude. Ha? Ningangixolela nje ngithi nje pop 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 ngiyothenga iglasi. Siyabonga baba. Siyabonga. Siyabonga. Cheers. Ngiyaxolisa bakuthi ningixolele nginomkhuhlane umthetho wami ukuthi nje ngelusa ukuthi angilele phansi. The ANC Youth League should also take up issues affecting the youth, such as funding for tertiary education, job creation, and access to entrepreneurship opportunities. The ANC Women's League also held a successful conference in September and elected new leadership a few years later, as the League last went to conference in 2008. The Women's League should unite behind the ANC and continue advancing the interests of women from all walks of life. We are also mindful of the wisdom of President Tambo, who said, "The advancement of women is a task of all in the ANC, men and women. The Women's League must thus obtain support from all in the movement. Organizing of the women is not the task of the women only. It's the task of all of us." Comrades, building on the successes of these two conferences, the movement must also assist the ANC Veterans League to overcome its present challenges and hold its own conference. It needs to play its rightful role of being the torchbearers of our movement. And they cannot succeed to play that role if they are disorganized. The Umkhonto weSizwe Military Veterans Association plays an important role in the movement, representing men and women who were ready to take up arms for South Africa to be free of apartheid colonialism and institutionalized racism. Support to our veterans is undertaken by the Department of Military Veterans, which was established following a conference resolution in 2007. In other words, there should be no part of the ANC that is not active. All the leagues must function properly. And we are confident that given the success of the last conferences of the two leagues, we are on a very firm ground to move forward quicker. But at the end, what is important is that all of us should participate in the branches, because that's where the strength must be felt. That's where the sharpness of the ANC must be felt. Branches of the mother body and branches of the leagues. Very important. Do you know that you are a powerful organization? Do you? Hey, you are powerful. Shamba neyazi indaba. You know, if we are present, you are felt, everybody talks about you. That's what the ANC is in this country. You know, if I'm a training journalist, for me to emerge, I must write about the ANC. Then I will be recognized. Not so. If I write about other things, nobody will recognize me. If I'm a very gifted, powerful business person, in the boardrooms, I must talk about the ANC and the ANC policies. Then people will, this is a serious businessman. Wherever you go, it's a wonderful thing to be part of this big family. Ngidabukela abangekho bandla, abangekho ngaphakathi. Comrades, the ANC also advances its programs with the support of Alliance. All components of the Alliance, plus SANCO, play an important role in advancing the goals of the National Democratic Revolution, the NDR. The ANC, the leader of the Alliance, is a multi-class national liberation movement advancing the National Democratic Revolution, the primary objective of which is the establishment of the National Democratic Society, which is united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. That is the objective of the ANC. Very clear, it's not confused. That's what we want to achieve. That's what we are aware we have not arrived at the last point. That's why we recognize the fact that in the indlela esihambayo asikafiki. That's the objective of the African National Congress. The South African Communist Party, SACP, is the vanguard party of the working class with the objective of advancing a socialist revolution. To create socialism with the dictatorship of the proletariat. Sebe namahloni ukusho njalo manje. Kodwa kulungileke. That's what really is the objective. Aimed at creating a communist society underpinned by a classless society. That's the objective of the South African Communist Party. Our objectives are facing the same direction. That's why it's hambisana. That's why we are partners on the route. Tina sofike sime at a particular point, establish our democratic, national democratic revolution. Sime lapho sihlale, asidluli thina. Badlule. Badlule. Badlule le phambili. Uma nje beke bayenza lanto kuthiwa kusasetshenzwa udla ngoba udinga nawe sothwala imithwalo sibalandele kwazi ba. But that is the destination of the South African Communist Party. So don't confuse it as well. COSATU is a progressive trade union federation whose core objective is to fight for and defend the rights of workers and to protect workers from the super exploitation of the capitalist class. That is COSATU. That's its objective. That's what it must work for very hard to achieve, to make sure that the conditions of the workers at the factory floor are conducive. But we come together, these three, because there is something that is common to all of us, starting from us fighting to liberate the country, after liberating the country, to build it to a democratic society, national democratic society. We work together there. When they leave us in that station, going forward, we don't know what will happen. Because obviously, in a democratic society, where South Africa will be prosperous, final destination, where we are going. Don't think we haven't finished. He's saying, so it must figure corner, but you go play it. Aye, Salan Matot. Sibongile ukuthi sihambe sasafika la. Badlule. Bawela imfula bakhuphuka intaba. Siyolokhu sibeka indlebe nje ukuthi kasekunjani. SANCO is a civic movement and a critical component of civil society which mobilizes and organizes communities around bread and butter issues. That is SANCO. SANCO has to work very hard, harder than what it is doing now, to establish itself in the communities, and it's part of the broader movement. We need to be together. In other words, SANCO must be felt by all of us. The Alliance has faced challenges given the difficulties that were faced by COSATU. The ANC has played its role as a leader of the Alliance to provide support and will continue to do so. A stronger, united COSATU is important for the country and for the Alliance. When we reach our destination of prosperity, the conditions of the workers will be fine. So the workers will be with us. We don't know if the vanguard calls them to say, let us proceed. Whether they will proceed or they will stay with us, we don't know. Now, comrades, one of the things that we should realize, and I don't want what people say that at times power intoxicates, because we should know we are powerful. We've got powerful allies. We are in every corner of this country. We carry the future of this country with powerful allies. There's nothing that must defeat us. There's nothing that can stop us in reality. That's why, if you talk about opposition in South Africa today, there is no longer a political debate. No. Political opposition parties, they live a debate because they can't debate with us. They are using courts as an extension of their debate. At a wink of an eye, we are going to court. They can't debate political issues. Sihlalele sodwa nje. In political space. It's the reality. I can tell you, you can count from now how many times we are taken to court on political debates. Who lose the political debate, I'm going to court. Where is democracy there? As a very crooked way of understanding it, democracy. Could democracy involves courts participating, taking decisions, political decisions among parties? Sihambela sodwa nje, siyaqenqeleka nje. I mean, parties know they will never take power here. Not in the foreseeable future, even towards the end. So, the movement forward, how fast we reach the destination, is in our hands. Because opposition is not there. I've been there, you know, I go to Parliament and answer questions all the time. No political questions. Nothing to discuss politics. That's a problem. Where am I, Babu? Comrades, the NGC will take stock of the implementation of policies that we adopted in 2012 and the achievements and challenges. We have done well in implementing the clauses of the Freedom Charter, and substantial progress has been made in some of the clauses that might not have been completed. I know that some people who don't know the Freedom Charter, no politics, will tell you the ANC has abandoned the Freedom Charter. They don't know. Our current primary focus is economic transformation and land reform, which tend to lag behind given the complexities. And one of the clauses that we are grappling with is education. But some clauses have been achieved. Those that have not been achieved, we are focusing on them because we are guided by the Freedom Charter. Just to remind you, the clauses of the Freedom Charter are as follows. 1, the people shall govern. The people are governing. Can you deny that? We have achieved number 1. All national groups have equal rights. Isn't that so? We all have equal rights. Where does this thing come that we have abandoned the Freedom Charter? Abantu mabene isizungu befuna ukukhuluma nje. 3, the people shall share in the country's wealth. That's what we are grappling with, the economy. We have come up with policies. We are dealing with everything to ensure that this is achieved. The land shall be shared among those who work it. That is the clause we are grappling with. 5, all shall be equal before the law. Achieved. Unless you don't have the money, then you are not equal to those who have the money. That is a phenomenon globally. But insofar as a policy, that has been achieved. 6, all shall enjoy equal human rights. We are all enjoying it. We have achieved that one. 7, there shall be work and security. We are grappling with that precisely because unemployment is a capitalistic phenomenon. You cannot have a situation where there is everybody's working. That's why we are grappling with it, but we have worked on the laws to be also in favor of the working people. They are working, they've got a security. 8, the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. We are grappling with education, very huge percentage, as I would say later, of children, poor children, are not paying fees. And the process is coming. 9, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. We are grappling with this. We have built houses, millions of houses, but we have not succeeded because of the backlog of apartheid. 10, there shall be peace and friendship. There is no war in South Africa. There is peace and friendship. We have achieved that one. So those who always say, you have abandoned the Freedom Charter, have abandoned they don't know what they are talking about. They've never even read the Freedom Charter. We are actually grappling with implementation of the Freedom Charter. 60 years, and we said so when we're dealing with the issues of celebrating it. Comrades, with regard to the economic transformation, we made an undertaking that we would, over the next 5 years, take decisive and resolute action to overcome the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, which are at the heart of South Africa's socio-economic challenge. We indicated the intention to transform the structure of the economy through industrialization, broad-based black economic empowerment, addressing the basic needs of our people, including women and youth, strengthening and expanding the role of the state and the role of state-owned enterprises. We reiterate as well that our most effective weapon in the campaign against poverty remains the creation of decent work and inclusive growth. For us to achieve inclusive growth and create jobs, the economy must grow at a faster rate. In both the National Development Plan and the new growth path, we set target growth rates of above 5% a year and identified specific actions that needed to be undertaken to grow the economy faster. Despite our efforts, GDP growth has been slowing down over the last 3 years. The second quarter of 2015 saw GDP contracting by 1.3%. This was after positive but small growth of 1.3% in the previous quarter, which was the first quarter. The NGC must reflect frankly on why our economy is not expanding as fast as we desire. Secondly, we look at which of the steps we agreed to take to implement or in the implementation of effective kind of policies that will take us forward, which once, if they are once done, we will be in a position to know why other things have not succeeded. A significant part of the reason our economy is slowing down is because many economies that we trade with are either slowing down or contracting. In addition to the slow global growth, we also have several domestic obstacles to economic growth. These include falling commodities, falling commodity prices, and sometimes unstable labor relations environment. On energy, we are making good progress through expanding renewables, extending cogeneration contracts, and improving maintenance and stabilizing ESCOM. We are also, in the long term, developing an energy security plan based on producing a reliable energy mix for the country. These are also positive signs in the economic environment despite the challenges. There are signs that the weakening of the rand is helping exports while the current account deficit has narrowed. Government and state-owned companies have sustained investment spending, and this creates a platform for higher private investment when the cycle turns around. And indeed, it turns favorable to us. For an example, more than 1 trillion rand has been invested in national infrastructure projects, compared with 451 billion rand in the previous 5 years. The country also continues to attract foreign direct investment in spite of the global economic situation. This was worth 43 billion rand in the 2014 to 2015 financial year and 3.31 billion US dollars from January 2015 to July 2015. The United Kingdom, United States of America, Germany, Australia, and India were the key foreign direct investment sources for South Africa. South Africa also invests in other economies. The top 5 destination countries for foreign direct investment outflows from South Africa include the United Kingdom, Nigeria, Ghana, Zambia, and the United States. Since 1994, trade with sister countries in the continent has increased 35-fold to about 400 billion rand, thus promoting intra-Africa trade. As part of implementing the national development, the ANC government this year adopted a 9-point plan which is being implemented currently. It involves investment in the sectors of agriculture, mining, the ocean economy, energy, industrialization, small business development, boosting state-owned and rural enterprises, and others. The ANC government continues to uphold broad-based black economic empowerment as well as affirmative action in order to further speedily transform the ownership, management, and control of the economy. Comrades, land is an integral part of economic transformation. Achievements include nearly 5,000 farms comprising 4.2 million hectares that have been transferred to black people, benefiting over 200,000 families. In addition, nearly 80,000 land claims totaling 3.4 million hectares have been settled and 1.8 million people have benefited. Achievements to date include nearly 5,000 farms comprising 4.2 million hectares that have been transferred to black people, benefiting over 200,000 families. In addition, nearly 80,000 land claims totaling 3.4 million hectares have been settled and 1.8 million people have benefited. But the process remains slow, hence the development of new policies as outlined in Mangaung. Following the decision of conference to reopen the land claims lodgement date 104,248 new claims have been lodged. The decision to grant exceptions to the land claim cut-off date of 1913 so as to accommodate the Khoi and the San descendants, heritage sites, and historical landmarks is also being implemented. To ensure more effective radical economic transformation, we have to build a more capable and effective state which has the technical, and political capacity to lead development and transform the economy. Comrades, during the 2014 general elections, our people agreed with us when we said we had a good story to tell, and that South Africa was a much better place to live in than before 1994. Indeed, a lot has been achieved. A detailed report is provided in the organizational report. More of our people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. More than 16 million people, especially older persons, vulnerable children, and persons with disabilities, receive much needed social grants to alleviate poverty. The public works and community work programs had created 6 million work opportunities for unemployed people, 40% of them young people, by 2014. Over 3.3 million free houses have been built, benefiting more than 16 million people. That's a good stories to tell, absolutely. Nearly 500 informal settlements have been replaced with quality housing and basic services. About 12 million households have access to electricity, 7 million more than in 1994. Around 92% of South Africans had access to potable water last year, compared to 60% in 1996. In 2014, we launched the Local Government Back to Basics program to improve the functioning of the local government. Such interventions are critical as we prepare for local government elections. We continue to invest in our children's education, which is an investment into the future. Over 7 million learners from poor households do not pay school fees. Over 7 million receive free meals at schools. A key new achievement is the fact that every province in our country now has a university. Over the past 2 years, we have added 3 new universities: Sol Plaatje University in the Northern Cape, the University of Mpumalanga and Sifaku Makatu Health Sciences University in Gauteng. Siyaqhuba. Funding for students from poor families through the National Students Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, has increased from 441 million rand in 1997 to over 9.5 billion rand in 2015. But it remains inadequate given the increasing numbers of students. Programs are being implemented to improve the disbursement of funds, to root out fraud in NSFAS, as well as to source additional funding. The frustrations relating to the slow pace of transformation on campuses have also been sharply expressed by students, and this is the reality. Academic staff remains predominantly white and male. New academic posts targeting young black academics and women are being created to address transformation. While some of the issues raised by students need attention, recent acts of violence and vandalism on campuses is unacceptable, and action should be taken against students who break the law. Comrades and friends, dramatic progress has been made on health care, especially in the fight against HIV and AIDS since the announcement of a turnaround strategy in 2009. South Africa now funds the largest antiretroviral treatment program in the world, with 3.1 million South Africans being on life-saving medication. This has caused an increase in life expectancy as persons living with HIV are living healthier lives now. In addition, more babies are born without HIV due to a successful prevention of mother-to-child transmission program. All these and the other achievements must be sustained through the introduction of universal health coverage through national health insurance. On the matters of health, certain aspects, we are actually leading the world on a number of them. That has been recognized by the World Health Organization and the United Nations. Comrades, the latest crime statistics indicate that we have, over the past 10 years, substantially decreased the levels of certain categories of serious crime. But more needs to be done to make our people to feel safer. The brazen behavior of criminals who kill police officers, blow up ATMs, or shoot people in highways and shopping malls, especially in the build-up to the festive season, does not make our people feel safe. There is clearly something more that needs to be done to send a message to criminals that crime does not and will not pay. The NGC will reflect on progress made in crime fighting. The ANC needs to work harder to reverse the incorrect public perception that the ANC and its government are soft on corruption, and that the ANC is a corrupt organization. It is thanks to the ANC's anti-corruption programs and policies since 1994 that the fight against corruption is higher up on the country's agenda. It was never an issue before until the ANC and its government arrived and started fighting corruption and doing everything to ensure that corruption is fought. The many instruments that have been established to fight corruption, and their output demonstrate the seriousness of the democratic government about fighting corruption. For an example, the anti-corruption task team exists, which comprises 13 government departments and institutions aimed at fast-tracking investigations and the protection and the prosecution of corruption cases. There's also exist other specialized anti-corruption units within various law enforcement agencies which have made tangible progress. The ANC government also works with the National Anti-Corruption Forum to coordinate a civil society-wide response. Internally, within the ANC, we took a decision in Mangaung to establish an integrity commission to promote ethical behavior within the ANC. The members are highly regarded elders and stalwarts of our movement. We need to provide them with the necessary support. Comrades, drugs are destroying our youth, and many families are suffering. We call upon ANC branches to mobilize community members to stop turning a blind eye towards people who sell drugs in their neighborhoods. Our branches must take this task, very important. Domestic violence and violence against women also still requires utmost attention. The conviction rate relating to sexual offenses stood at 71% in the first quarter of the current 2015-2016 financial year. But ANC branches must be part of the community to fight the scourge of drugs and violence. Once you become active, the criminals will run away, I can tell you. We'll work out the methods, how we're going to do it. Don't want to say it here, because the criminals will hear and plan against. Comrades, the ANC's agenda in the international arena is based on its belief and commitment to progressive internationalism. During our liberation struggle, we benefited immensely from international solidarity. The ANC will continue to work with progressive forces of the world against political systems which undermine global governance and exploit the natural resources of the developing countries, in particular Africa. The ANC has successfully engaged former liberation movements in the continent and has consolidated our friendship agenda based on serving the poor in our region and the continent as a whole. We reiterate our call at the 53rd National Conference that when assessing the balance of forces as they apply to Africa, we need to sharpen our understanding of the role of anti-imperialist motive forces in the present world situation. This is even more crucial in the context of the global capitalist crisis. We should continue to ask a few questions and to find answers. Who are the motive forces of the African revolution? What is the role and contribution that our revolution is making to the regeneration of Africa? This calls for stronger cooperation among liberation movements in the region to ensure that the gains of liberation and decolonization are not reversed. We also need to be alive to lessons from North Africa, especially the aftermath of the political changes that were referred to as the Arab Spring. We must carefully analyze foreign interventions that bring about regime change, which leave the people leaderless and allow military formations and right-wing organizations to lead, as has happened in Libya, causing serious instability in the Sahel region. We must also continue to support the African Union and African solutions to African problems. We cannot afford a situation where continental initiatives to bring about lasting peace, security, and stability on the continent continue to be underpinned by powerful foreign forces. We continue to promote good relations with our partners in the developed North, such as the EU, the United States, Japan, and others. We have also teamed up with our partners within the BRICS, Russia, India, China and Brazil, and South-South formations that we are part of. With regards to global governance, the ANC should continue to pursue the reform of the United Nations and its organs to reflect the current global political and economic configuration. Further, the impact of the global financial crisis to both developing and developed countries makes a compelling case for the reform of the global financial architecture. The establishment of the BRICS New Development Bank is a welcome development in this new frontier. Comrades, we should continue to advocate for the rights of the people of Palestine and to call for unity amongst Palestinians formations. We reiterate our support of the people of Western Sahara and urge all our structures to continue supporting their struggle for self-determination, freedom, human rights, and dignity. We also welcome the re-establishment of diplomatic relations between Cuba and the United States and the release of the Cuban Five. We reiterate our call for the lifting of the economic and financial embargo to help the Cuban people to gain their economic freedom. Comrades, at the historic 70th anniversary of the United Nations last month, the UN General Assembly adopted the Sustainable Development Goals to replace the Millennium Development Goals, which end on the 13th December 2015. The SDGs are intended to usher in a world characterized by greater equity, a world without poverty, and a world in which we can live in greater harmony with nature. Comrades, we have a lot of work to do at this NGC. A statement by Comrade Pixley Kaizagasem in 1911, motivating the objectives of the founding of the ANC, is relevant to this NGC 104 years later. What did Pixley Kaizagasem say? He said, and I quote, "We shall have come together to bury forever the greatest block to our security, happiness, progress, and prosperity as a people. We shall have come together truly as we are, the children of one household, to discuss our home problems and the solution of them," unquote. We look forward to frank and robust discussions as branches review and evaluate the implementation of ANC policies. We wish all delegates successful deliberations. The ANC leaves, the ANC leads. Amandla! Awethu! Mandla! Yaruna! All power! Thank you very much, comrades. Oh, hinde lendlela esihambayo. Oh, hinde lendlela esihamba. Oh, hinde lendlela esihambayo. Oh, hinde lendlela esihamba. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefree. Oh, washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefree. Ihinde lendlela esihambayo, ihinde lendlela esihambayo, ihinde lendlela esihambayo, ihinde lendlela esihambayo. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefree. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana ngefree. Hinde lendlela esihamba, hinde lendlela esihamba, hinde lendlela esihambayo, hinde lendlela esihamba. Washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-free washu Mandela kubalandeli bakhe wathi sohlangana nge-freedom day amandla umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami webaba hawulethu umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami webaba hawulethu umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami mshene wami umshene wami webaba umshini wami 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 mshini wami umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba hawulethu umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba hayi wena uyangibambezela umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba hayi wena musu ngibambezela umshini wami mshini wami umshini wami webaba. Thank you very much, comrade. Thank you. Siyabonga Ntombi.
Thank you very much, Comrade President. Comrade DSG, as you make your way to give the credentials report, I have some announcements mainly relating to matters of lost and found. There's someone's laptop Mac Pro Book Silver Apple serial number 02 MKM 2YFGYY. Secondly, ID 580303 6224089, male Johannes Mulifi Silibo. Number 3, blue handbag with 2 wallets, plus Microsoft, cell phones, and pair of sandals with 2 IDs. Mokopi, Flasher, Kipilitswe, of the same names, female. 4, Apple iPad, PMP LWF 19541K, silver, in a blue casing stroke cover, lost and found at VOG. 2 announcements about cars. DM65TG GP has left the door opened Grey Quarter TDI Q5. The second one is a black one, BK62 KZGP, a black 1X35 has also left the window opened. Comrades, I hereby call upon the Deputy Secretary General to come and give us the credentials report. DSG.
Thank you. I can see everybody. I'm just going to, okay. Amandla. That's very weak, comrades. Amandla. Thank you. Comrades, as per our constitution, a National General Council may be convened by the NEC from time to time, provided that the NEC shall convene an NGC not later than 30 months after the National Conference. The NEC shall, after consultation with provinces, determine the composition of the NGC. In this regard, I wish to report the following. ANC delegates, branch delegates. From the Eastern Cape, we were expecting, can't hear. What? Okay, from the Eastern Cape, we were expecting 403 delegates. 388 delegates were registered. From the Free State, we were expecting 165 branch delegates, 162 registered. From Gauteng, we were expecting 285 delegates, 262 were registered. From KwaZulu-Natal, we were expecting 513 delegates, 447 were registered. From Limpopo, we're expecting 275 delegates, 264 registered. From Mpumalanga, 315 expected, 297 were registered. From the Northwest, 257 delegates were expected and 226 were registered. From the Northern Cape, 125 delegates expected and 121 registered. From the Western Cape, 162 delegates were expected, 148 were registered. The total number of branch delegates equals 2,315. I'll repeat that, comrades, 2315. That is approximately 80% of the total number in this room. From the ANC NEC, including ex-officio members, we were expecting 110 delegates, 96 have registered. The ANC Veterans League, 25 expected, 24 registered. ANC Women's League, 25 expected, 23 registered. ANC Youth League, 25 expected, 24 registered. From RECs, all our 53 RECs throughout the country, the total number we were expecting is 106 delegates. 90 have registered. From the provincial executive committees throughout the country, we were expecting 117 delegates. We have registered 111. MKMVA, 10 delegates expected, 10 registered. Amandla. Istwalandwe, 3 expected delegates, we are very fortunate to have two amongst us, Comrade Kathrada and Comrade Mlangeni. Mashope sent an apology due to illness. Former NEC members, we had sent out 60 invitations, and we have 18 former NEC members with us today. COSATU, 25 delegates expected, 25 registered. South African Communist Party, 25 delegates expected, 25 registered. SANCO, 25 delegates expected, 20 registered. SASCO, 3 delegates expected, 3 registered. COSAS, 3 delegates expected, 2 registered. From various NGOs that are progressive and have worked with us, 10 organizations were invited and 10 have registered. From our religious sector, they invited themselves, quite honestly, and we're very happy that they did so. 7 are present with us today. Deployed cadres, 145 deployed cadres were invited, and 125 are with us here in the room. Former liberation movements, 10 invited, 8 are present with us today. Our Integrity Commission, led by Comrade Mlangeni, a total, I'm excluding Comrade Mlangeni because he's already counted. There are 10 members of the Integrity Commission present with us today. The total number of participating delegates is therefore 2,937. In addition to that, comrades, we invited various guests from various sectors of society, business, other religious organizations, and so on. We have 125 guests with us today. We have in the room, and we have on the premises, but not necessarily all of them here in the room, 197 support staff members for the conference. We have 160 marshals and security. We invited 215 members of the media, and we're very happy to inform you that 350 registered to attend, and they are very welcome. The total component of this conference is 3,779. I wish to inform delegates of 2 incidents, which is important. The steering committee has asked me to mention. One delegate from the Eastern Cape, a pedestrian, had an unfortunate accident last night whilst walking in Tshwane and has gone back home. The KwaZulu-Natal delegation has had an unfortunate experience with a robbery in one of the guest houses. 2 of the delegates from that particular group have also gone back to KwaZulu-Natal. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Amandla. Oh. On behalf of the NEC of the ANC, I would like to present these credentials for adoption by the 4th National Conference. Can we call for a mover? Eastern Cape, Eastern Cape moves. Can we have a seconder? Who's that? Western Cape. Seconds. Is that an objection or a seconder? Do we take it that there are no objections? Amandla, thank you very much.
Okay, comrades, we are getting close to lunch.
Sorry, Comrade Chair. I've got an issue on credentials.
Upi, where are you?
KwaZulu Natal.
Where?
KwaZulu Natal. KZN.
Yes, comrade, go on.
My name is Chabani Nyaose. I am from KwaZulu Natal, eThekwini region, Ward 66.
Yes.
Before we proceed, Comrade Chair, I just need clarity on the delegation from eThekwini region. The reason why I'm asking this question is because in September, the NWC visited the province and informed structures that delegates have to go back to their branches and be elected in the properly constituted BGMs, because most of them, they were elected in November, December last year in preparation for the conference that was held in February 14, that was nullified. Now, we have not yet convened BGMs to elect delegates for that conference, but there's confusion because we have been invited here as delegates while we were told.
Comrades, allow him to finish.
Order, Chair, order.
Sit down. Oh. Sit down.
Comrade Chair,
Qabane lo obekhuluma wase KZN le ndaba oyixoxayo mhlambe kuyofanele iye kwi steering committee ngoba ama credentials we have adopted them. And ama delegation that are approved here are per province. We don't get into the details of branches and regions. The province manages that exercise. Now, comrades, umcimbi we blue tag with SAPS key holder is still with us. So please, as you walk around, please remember, if you see a blue tag with a SAPS key holder, we wish to recognize the following delegations. We have a delegation from MPLR led by comrades Alberto Pedro from the Central Committee of MPLR. We have a delegation from the Indian Congress Party led by Comrade Anand Sharma, who's the SG and leader of opposition. It's so strange to think of Comrade Sharma as a leader of the opposition. We also welcome the delegation from ZANU-PF led by Comrade SK Moyo. We welcome a delegation from SWAPO led by Comrade Otto Nangombe. We also have, lastly, at this point, the delegation from Frelimo, led by a member of the Central Committee, Comrade Alberto. I don't want to mispronounce this name, but the leader is a member of the Central Committee, Comrade Alberto. I wish to make the certain announcements relating to lunch. After lunch, for the attention of the media, we will hold a closed session. It was good to be with the members of the media this morning, but once we have had lunch and when we come back, we will have a closed session. Now, for purposes of lunch, delegates must go to Hall 3. Delegates, you will eat in Hall 3. VIPs, whatever that means, no, Iman, funda lentu lapha. International guests, VIP hall is Hall 5, and that includes international guests. Protocol will assist these groups of people, and they indeed will be seen by protocol. Le notice ayibhalekanga kakuhle. But international guests, and they do have people accompanying them, and other people who know why they are VIPs, they'll go to Hall 5. If you are not a VIP, you shall be turned back at the door. But what's important are our international guests. So those who are assisting international guests will be taken and will be assisted also by protocol. After lunch, comrades, let us be back seated at 2 o'clock. NEC members, stay on stage so that you get more information about where you are going. Everybody, please be back seated, ready to proceed to listen to the organizational report at 2 o'clock. Bon appetit, comrades.